Welcome to day 3 here on our. Actually, I have to do a little thing here because Morten, I have zoomed you. Now you should be not zoomed. So, day 3. Today we are going to talk about label finishing. As you know, the entire week is all about finishing. I think there's often too much focus only on the print side and the workflow side, so I decided, okay, now it's time to talk about this. The first day we spoke about commercial cut sheet, yesterday commercial web, and today it's label. And we have Morten from Graphitronic here. Welcome to our little show here, Morten.
Thank you, Morten. This is awkward, Morten and Morten.
But as we spoke about when we met in Chicago last week, that is the M&Ms that melts in your mouth, not in your hand, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Speaking of Chicago last week, I hope my voice is going to last throughout this meeting. I lost it during last week's show, as you know.
it's a bit unfair, isn't it? That basically just because you have, I mean, you can be accused that you have been drinking, which you haven't, or you can, but you have probably just sold too much, right?
Yeah. It's a little bit quite frustrating when you make a living from speaking to people and then you cannot speak on them. So, of course, but I always have a thing with the American use of aircon, which is
Me too. Oh yeah.
significant, I would say.
Yeah, and I think that every time you and I fly, because you're one of the persons I know that almost fly as much as I do, and I think we have a very similar taste of airliners and air conditioning and what companies are worth the flying. But of course, this has nothing to do with this. But maybe we should make a travel channel, Morten, so we can share that for the people that don't travel so much.
Yeah, good idea.
Morten, Graphitronic, tell us a little bit about the company. What is it you do, and what type of company? Where are you located? And tell us a little bit. Bring us up to speed.
Okay, well, it's basically a part of the presentation I'm about to give, so I'm not going to say
Not too much right now, but just you're based in Sweden, right?
Yeah, but it's a Swedish company where we have that's where our headquarters is, and then we have our production and R&D is in Warsaw, in Poland, and then we have daughter companies in the US, in Italy, and in Thailand as well.
Okay, so a global player, basically, right?
Yes, yes. As now the presentation is going to be a little funny because I'm going to repeat myself over and over again. But
Sorry about that.
yeah, well, we have customers in 60 countries spread all over the world. So yes, a global player.
You are out of a family that actually has, I don't know if you have roots in the industry, but your brother he also used to be in the industry. Is that just something that, do you have ink in your veins, or what is it with you Toxwares?
Well, no, but actually, I started in the industry before he did. So he's my older brother, so he got inspired, obviously. No, but I've always spent all my adult life in the graphic arts industry. I have a pre-press background originally. I did my commercial education, and then I did the Graphic Arts Institute's management education also. So yes, I've been around in the industry for quite some years now.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, and I think it must be something that is a benefit for you, is that you have been both on the buyer side and the seller side. So you also know a little bit what is important from being a converter or a PSP, right?
Obviously, yes. Having both purchased equipment earlier and been heavily involved in production, of course, that gives me a 360 overview on is that you who doing the zooming and talking?
Yeah, I just tried to reset it because you're a little bit blurred, so I was just wondering if it was my settings, but I think it's actually your settings. So I will not make more changes. Sorry.
Okay. It's speaking of blurry, then it's only when you transmit my picture, it's blurry. I can see you very clearly and myself very clearly on the camera. So
My webcam is better than yours, Morten. That must be the fact.
yeah, I hope the presentation is okay. But it worked out fine when we
tested
earlier,
before,
right?
yeah, it should be fine. I see bandwidth is fine, so I think it's just right now. So I don't know if you have that in your presentation as well, but we met also in Chicago last week, Label Expo Americas. How was that for you?
It was, first of all, it was fantastic to be back. Talking to customers and colleagues and competitors and, the entire, yeah, that was really, really good for an old circus horse like me to be back in the tent, so to speak. But definitely seen from a company point of view, it was fantastic to be back there and also realizing that it's actually 4 years ago since we presented ourselves to the public face to face in the US, and then being able to show how much we developed over those last 4 years was fantastic.
Yeah, because I mean, I was just about to say that, just because we haven't been at trade shows, it seems that all vendors have been in the workshop and in the R&D development, because I think there was a lot of interesting things at the show. Maybe, I mean, you had a few things that were like revolutionary, but I mean, the most of the companies were maybe iterations of previous, but also your booth was not so far away from HP's, where they showed the V12, and I think that you gained a little bit from that traffic, right?
Yeah, but yeah, for sure. It was not a bad place to be, right next to the V12, of course.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have the trade shows. I was honest because I've been writing about, so I was sometimes a little bit nervous if you could just, go back to the good old times and with no big changes. I think that everybody really did an effort. I think what is interesting when you look at Label Expo compared to the last one I was in Chicago, seems to be more equipment on the floor. Seems that it was more like, so it's like typically the very short American formats have the disadvantage that sometimes it's more like meetings and presentations. But this year I think there was a lot of equipment. I don't know if you saw the same thing. Another thing I also saw as a trend was, I think it's the first time ever at a Label Expo show where there was absolutely zero flexo machines. It was all digital.
Yeah, that was interesting. I would say interesting development. Just a small technical question here. Do you think it would be worthwhile if I log in and log out again to see if we can get a little better quality?
Yeah, we
Because
can
I'm
try.
a bit worried about
Try that.
about the
Yeah,
presentation.
yeah. I will let you in again. I promise you. So get out, get
Thank
in.
you. Give me 2 seconds and you can entertain the audience while I try to fix whatever's wrong.
Poor audience, I would say, but let's try. So. Back. So, Morten, it's a little bit better at least.
It's the same. Oh,
Okay.
God.
Well, I'm pretty sure that everything will go fine. So, otherwise, if you have any issues when we see the presentation, you send it to me afterwards, and then we basically add it in post. Should we do that?
Okay.
Okay.
Good idea.
So, anything you want to talk about before you do your presentations, or should we just dig into the questions afterwards?
I think probably we should just do the presentation because I prepared a presentation where I tell a little bit about our company, our philosophy, how we work, how we think, and then a little briefly about our portfolio, and then I think there's lots of stuff to discuss afterwards. So
I look forward to that, Morten. So see if you can bring up your presentation, and then we'll just basically just get out of the camera, both of us. I will mute the sound, but I will be listening to what you're saying, so I can hopefully have a reasonable, okay conversation with you afterwards.
okay. So does the presentation look fine so
Oh
far?
yeah, that looks brilliant.
Okay, good. And you will
I will mute
shut
now.
down my camera, right? Okay, so knowing that Morten is muted, I'm hoping that everything is working out fine. I will just
I'm
hit
still
the start
here.
button.
Don't worry, Morten. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay, I'll take it away then.
Rain. 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 Rain.
So, our modern facility in Warsaw opened in 2015. In fact, we more or less rebooted the entire company in 15. Back then, we decided to redesign the entire product platform, which was launched in 2016. This has proven to be a huge advantage, thus having the most modern and legacy-free platform on the market. It's also why we today can offer our customers the 100% future-safe and modular platform that we will have a closer look at later. As we briefly discussed earlier before starting the presentation, we're a Swedish company. We have our production and R&D is in Warsaw in Poland, and then we have sales and service hubs in the US, in Chicago, in Milan, Italy, and in Bangkok and Thailand. We consider ourselves a modern European company. We have a widely spread partner network all over the world and the privilege to have customers in more than 60 countries. Our company is based on 3 pillars: connected, innovative, and productive. We strongly believe that being connected, that's both people and the machines, is the future. We insist on being the innovators in this industry. being on the forefront with cutting-edge technology, based on innovative thinking and a modern company culture. Last but not least, our products must improve our customers' productivity. A good example of the combination of the three pillars is how we addressed the new world in 2020.
Graphotronic has been on the cutting edge of digital finishing technology for over 15 years. So when faced with the new challenges imposed by 2020, we had to get creative. We were first in the industry to switch to online demos. And you know what? They're pretty cool.
We also take pride in for this industry in particular, outstanding share of female employees with more than 30% women. On the top of that, the average age in our factory is 29.5 years. This is not a coincidence. Being the innovators requires a dynamic and young workforce. We have a strong onboarding program for new employees and maximum focus on employee retention. In addition, we offer a broad variety of competitive benefits, such as lifelong learning and retraining and incentive programs. Let me share a small film with you showing how working for Graphotronic is like in 2022. Now, I'd like to introduce you to some Graphotronic technology. Before introducing the technology, I would like to explain that our vision, we are the innovators, was proved to the market in 2015 when we, as I mentioned, redesigned our platform. For 7 months, we did not deliver a single machine. Instead, we focused on developing the second generation Graphotronic fully modular digital finishing machine. Truly modular means each module is completely independent of the others. We wanted to create a future-safe investment for our customers. We also wanted to be able to retrofit in-field in a working day. Our target was to create the most versatile and future-proof platform in the industry, and we believe we achieved that.
3, 2, 1.
A unique setup and a unique approach, of course, drives innovation. And this, hopefully, leads to unique technology. Please let me highlight a few good examples. This is the Sci-Fi Knives, our automatic slitting robot. It's the fastest in the industry. It will set a knife in only 1.5 seconds. It can add up to 15 knives across the web, and it offers a minimum slitting width of only 15 millimeters. Our Sci-Fi lasers provide our customers with seamless workflow integration, highly automated production, hand in hand with market-leading production speeds. Together with the patented edgeless technology, Graphotronic is taking the laser die cutting driver's seat. Speaking of embellishment that's either analog or digital, the Haptic series offers high-end precision embellishment modules that provides perfect ability to produce outstanding labels with all the wow effects you want. The Graphotronic Haptic series can meet any customer demands for high-end embellished labels. The Haptic specialty finishing offerings include metallic foiling, embossing, hologram application, spot varnish, tactile effects, and textures. The Haptic series is designed to give you a unique advantage in the production of labels for wine, liquor and spirits, food and beverage, cosmetics, chemical, pharmaceutical, and tech sectors. A perfect example of exactly that is the new partnership that Graphotronic and Kurtz announced last week during Label Expo USA. The partnership combines converting and finishing solutions from Graphotronic with Kurtz digital embellishment solutions, which is the patented inkjet on foil technology, allowing metallization in the same finishing process. We're very excited about this and look forward to deliver this technology to our customers. This is the One. The One is the fastest single anvil semi-rotary die in the industry. It's capable of reaching 150 meters per minute, matching the twin anvil system's speed. The One can be set up within just 30 centimeters and is developed to handle even the shortest runs in a super effective way. And this is with a tolerance of plus minus 0.1 millimeter. Please allow me to introduce computer vision machine control. Computer vision is defined as a field of artificial intelligence that trains computers to interpret and understand the visual world. Using digital images from cameras and videos and deep learning models, machines can accurately identify and classify objects, and then react to what they see. In our case, Graphotronic IQ, as we call it, means attaching a camera and artificial intelligence to all processes. So, Graphotronic IQ is a workflow automation suite that enables the Graphotronic DCL modular finisher to do job change autonomous, handling all job settings automatically. As the film showed, Graphitronic IQ works with a set of cameras that are monitoring the web and automatically adjust what's needed. All this is done at the highest speed within the digital finishing field. Even sensors are automatically moved into the right position without any manual interference. Now I would like to introduce you briefly to our product platform. We have a very competitive portfolio of inspection and sliotar rewinders, that's both horizontal and vertical machines. This is the vertical workhorse, the SR3 sliotar rewinder, and it's the latest high-end machine for slitting and inspection of label and monofilm materials. It's based on the latest technology. The easy-to-use interface and the open machine design is optimized for maximum operator friendliness. The SR3 also has a very compact footprint, which is important in most printing plants today. This is the Graphitronic HI3. It's a third generation inspection sliotar rewinder machine. Every little bit of this machine has been redesigned and updated with the latest technology. Again, the easy-to-use control panel and the open machine design is made for maximum operator friendliness. All features are prepared for high speeds while reaction times are set to a minimum. The Pharma is a bidirectional 200% inspection machine. It's a servo-driven linear buffer reverse the web for fault placement and reinspection. The buffer movement is ultra-fast, precise, and guarantees no missed faults detected by the inspection system. Web tension and slitting is unaffected by the reverse movement in the reinspection mode. The Pharma is the perfect choice for pharma and security label inspection. Now, come to the finishing side of things, our Future Safe platform. It's a digital finishing portfolio consisting of three different concepts. We have the compact, the semi-compact, and the fully modular. And everything is designed in a unique way, the Graphitronic way. This is the SCF, the super compact finishing machine. It's built on one frame. It has the same components as the biggest machines. It's super solid and not to be mistaken for an entry level. It's just compact. It offers a flexo station, floor spot, semi-rotary die cutting, shear razor slitting, lamination station with optional cold foil unit, single or dual rewind. This is the CF2. As before, the same components as our bigger machines, super solid and not to be mistaken for an entry-level machine. The CF is built on two base frames. This means that we can install a variety of modules, even on as compact machine as this. The CF2 is offering semi-rotary die cutting, unbind up to 750 millimeters, cold foiling, lamination, 3 different drying systems, automatic die loading system, full contract matrix rewind, the snowball system, shear, razor slitting, side-by knife, and it can be attached with a semi-automatic turret. Now, let's have a look at the flagship, the DCL2. The versatility of this machine is second to none. The DCL is fully modular. As mentioned, each module is completely independent and has its own tension control, own pneumatics, own electronics, etc. And therefore, it is 100% independent. So with the DCL, there's no limitations in what you can do. So upgrade with anything you like at any time, and we even guarantee backwards compatibility on future modules. The DCL is not only a super flexible platform, it also offers maximum productivity and the broadest options in width, from 350 to 670 wide, up to 200 meters per minute in full rotary mode, and a stunning 150 meters per minute in semi-rotary mode if we add the one. On top of that, Graphitronic has an extensive portfolio of modules covering food and pharmaceutical, wine and cosmetic, multi-layer and booklet labels, turrets, lasers, numerous automation modules. You name it, we got it. would like to stress again one very important point. Modular has been a mantra in this industry for a long time. But when we say modular, we mean modular for the customer, not only when ordering the machine, but also on-site in the future. That's what we call future safe. We can do this because, as mentioned a couple of times, all Graphotronic modules are 100% independent, and they can be installed in any combination. All we do is 100% our own design, with only a few component exceptions where de facto standards in the industry doesn't make much sense to challenge. This is corona treaters, UV lamps, and things like that. We're web transport specialists and can connect seamlessly with our customers' workflow. All machines are assembled and thoroughly tested in the factory before shipping, and we offer comprehensive second-to-none online FAT capabilities. And now, I'd like to talk a little bit about our service and support.
Imagine a solution that lets you keep your plant under control no matter where you are. On site, at your office, or even on a business trip. This is Connected Plus, an app developed by Graphotronic to make your life way easier. Check job statistics like speed, production time, uptime, power consumption, quantity, and many more. We have also developed a solution that lets you keep track of your profits and costs. If you need to export your data, we have prepared for integrations with any of the market-leading systems. All this, and our outstanding service support with great response times, gives you the peace of mind you deserve. And this is Connected Plus.
A second, but also a very big goal for us in 2015 was to provide online services. Graphotronic Connected, we need it. This means all machines are connected to our service network cloud 24/7. We can utilize Internet of Things or Industry 4.0 capabilities to perform advanced remote diagnostics, and we can detect faults even long before the customers become aware that something is wrong. Big data is gathered to the performance database. We have algorithms for predictive maintenance, and we offer a mobile app, Connected Plus, to present data and measurement of machine efficiency to optimize production. I would like to finish this presentation off by giving you a little more detailed look into the Connected Plus universe, or maybe go a little bit under the hood, so to speak. The Connected Plus is built on a stack-light architecture, which is designed over the three major steps, which is idle, setup, or running. On top of the stack-light architecture, Connected Plus even offers 3 levels of access: the app, internet connection, and automatically generated and emailed reports. Connected Plus allows the user to get an instant overview through the app, no matter where you are, no matter when. If the user wants to have a deep dive into the data, have maybe noticed something that requires a closer look, or simply wants to extract data in any given period of time, say you want to follow a specific job or production shift, the Connected Plus web access offers endless opportunities to find and extract exactly what you're looking for. And as an additional service, Connected Plus will automatically provide the user with daily and weekly summarizing reports. Thank you for following this this slideshow, and I hope that Morten will help me get back to the broadcast.
Here we are, Morten.
Okay.
I am just getting you in here as well. So, blown away, to be honest.
Okay.
When I look at or listen to what you said and saw the videos, but by the way, I'm a nerd, fantastic videos and presentations, so I'm a little bit jealous of you, but that's another story. I was just thinking that because you mentioned a couple of times during your presentation that you have redeveloped or updated all the machines, so it seems that you have a very, very updated line of products. And I was just wondering, are you planning to take over the world in your segment?
Basically, yes. No, you could say that the reason behind it is of course that we want to compete on innovation and technology, and we could see in 2015 that we needed to change gears and to do things in a different way if this is how we want to address the market. So we did it, and it's been extremely successful for us. I have to say that. But it's also because it is designed to be exactly those two things: 100% modular and digital from the beginning.
And the modularity, of course, makes it possible for customers to utilize and add and combine the machines exactly to their needs, and that is, of course, always great that you don't have to invest in something that you don't need, right? From a selling and a technical perspective, how difficult is that? Because as you mentioned also, I think that modularity is what also some of the competitors claim to have. Is there a real difference, or is it a sales pitch from your side?
No. It is. There is a big difference in my eyes, and that is that, as I mentioned a couple of times during the presentation, then every module is a standalone. It's basically a standalone machine. So it's designed from the beginning to be modular, kind of like Lego too. So you can add or separate and switch the order and everything. And once you have a platform which is from the beginning designed for that, that obviously means that if you need to do, for instance, a field upgrade later, it's much easier because it's designed for it from the beginning. So it will take us. We claim we can do it in a working day, or 8 hours, and that's very, very close to reality. Whereas if you have an integrated drivetrain where you have, for instance, tension control, which is controlled all over the machine, then making field modifications can be very time-consuming and tricky as well.
Also, another thing I noticed is that, for example, when we look at the IQ, inspection, that is one of the things that I find interesting. I would like to learn a little bit more about that in a second. But what I think is basically that it seems that you have kind of rethought or been rethinking all the modules and all the how a label converter actually utilize both existing equipment in the market, but also how you see future driven with IoT and the app connectivity and the workflow integration. So when you have the IQ, basically you explained to me in Chicago that it is like the next level of automation, because now the machine can set up more of its analog settings automatically. Is that remembered correctly?
Yeah, well, basically the idea with Graphotronic IQ is first of all, we believe that many customers, if they go into an automation project where they have to involve their digital press provider, some various software companies, the finishing provider, IT consultants and all that. I mean, I have a feeling that in many cases it won't happen because it's just too big and too complicated a project. Whereas where we wanted to address this is, yes, we can integrate seamlessly into any workflow software-wise. That's absolutely no problem. But we also wanted to make sure that we can offer instant automation without involving all sorts of partners and making it into a huge project. And then we thought, okay, how can we do that? Having the cameras, which is our own technology and software for those, we started to think, okay, maybe we should see what are the processes that are time consuming, where you need a really good operator and all these things, and where you're depending on these operators to do what they're supposed to do and all these things. And how can we automate that? And then we came to think of, well, computer vision combined with artificial intelligence. That could be something, because then you have automation, but it's completely independent of the rest of the environment, so to speak. So you don't need to have software developers writing integration or to do all sorts of the normal stuff you need to do to automate a workflow.
And maybe that is important to stress, because stupid me, I asked you if it was like just like a visual inspection system, and you said no. This is the artificial intelligence that actually learn and actually set up the machine based on what it learns from the inspection system. So this is not. I mean, it probably can do inspection system of quality things as well, or is that a different system, or?
Yeah, it's different. It's well, basically you say it's the same camera, but
but the purpose is different.
Yeah, completely different. Whereas most inspection systems you have to verify against a file or something like that. And this in the Graphotronic IQ, the machine doesn't care if it's seen the job or not before. It just starts to analyze it from scratch every time, and then takes it away, and then. And off we go.
And then you have like very, very fast machine with the 150 meter per minute. So with the IQ and with the speed and the level of automation, is that like one of the biggest advantages for customers investing in Graphotronic, or what is the main KPI? I mean, it's a very competitive market. If you look at the basic, unwinders, rewinders, slitters, and these kind of things, there's a lot of competition. So I mean, why should people? I mean, I think I get it when I see the film, but maybe you can put words on why you should invest in Graphotronic, right?
I think that it's a if you sum everything up, then we can achieve something which is quite attractive for most customers. First of all, looking at many customers, when they enter digital, they're kind of dipping their toes into it. What will the future bring? All these things. By choosing a platform which is prepared for the future, which can develop as their business and production develops over time, I think that's a very important thing. Obviously, the online support and the digital surveillance, all these things of the machine, making sure that we have maximum uptime is of course super important also. And then adding to that you can automate without making it into a humongous IT project. But simply automating the standard processes and combine that with the fastest technology available, then I think we have a pretty good offering too.
And of course, these machines, at least most of the components, are in market right now. How do customers appreciate the work of Graphotronic?
Well, I can only say that with the growth rates we are seeing in our company, then we're definitely doing something right. That's for sure.
Okay, and if you look at generally speaking, because I was just thinking that when you look at all the companies that you visit from converter side, where do you see the biggest bottlenecks when investing? Because I mean, I spoke to Andy Featherman from Møller Martini yesterday, so it's not a competitor, so I dare to mention him. And he basically said that sometimes people look too much into cheaper options because they need to, because of the capital investment, but they should rather look into the output and the productivity of the machines. Obviously, is that a discussion that you realize also in Graphotronic, or is it a well-defined market you address?
I think that we also meet that to a certain extent. I think that there's a big difference between the cut sheet industry and the label industry, is that the label production is somewhat more complicated. No offense to
No, it is. I know because there's more processes in the same finishing.
exactly.
Yeah. And then you mentioned the relationship with Kurz. One thing, I mean, that I appreciate. We have been working with Kurz for many years now, so that is of course good news. I was just wondering. I think that I did an interview with Stefan Plantz from Actega also not so long time ago, and I think that their look for Ecoleaf is also to integrate with different partners. Have you been evaluating that, or is it too early technology yet, or what do you think of that?
Yeah.
Okay, that you
Maybe.
can't say anything about it. That's okay. That's okay. No. I'm just curious because a lot of people are looking into the technology side, and since you are a first mover in the IQ thing and with many of the things you do, I thought maybe you said, okay, we have been looking into it. It's too early, or we are looking into it, and at some point we may integrate with. I mean, you never smack an open door if you have an opportunity, I guess, right? No, okay. I tell that we're touching something that we shouldn't talk about. Okay, sorry about that. So Morten, we spoke about Label Expo before. We saw your fantastic presentation. Did you get any orders on all the new stuff from there?
On all the new stuff, or,
Yeah.
or what do you, I couldn't hear.
Yeah, I was just if you got any orders when you were at Label Expo.
Yes, of course. The Graphitronic IQ machine is. Well, it's not a Graphitronic IQ machine. It's a standard DCL machine with an automation suite on it. This will stay in the US and will be.
Okay, so you didn't have to have it in your. I thought you traveled lightly when I saw you in the airport, so that is why you didn't have to carry it home, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We're very, very happy with the outcome of the show, and as I said, I mean, being 4 years ago since we presented ourselves the last time, and I think it was very clear to the market that we have developed quite a bit over the last 4 years. So super positive event for us, and we made good numbers also. So we cannot complain.
Okay, but that said, I mean, in your presentation, you also spoke about how you became very early adapters of using virtual presentations from your showrooms. I mean, I would like to see them because the way you do the videos here, it really showed that you have professional equipment, so you get like detail. But can you sell this way, or you still need the trade shows?
No, I think it will be a good combination of both sales channels, so to speak. The reason why we went heavily into to online capabilities and to make sure that we were really good at that is it's also because it brings a lot of benefits to the customers as well, because it's not, do you necessarily want to spend 2 days of traveling to go to see a machine where you can do it in an hour online, and then things like that. Also our factory acceptance tests, we have developed that concept quite a lot, so the customers don't have to actually be physically present in our factory in order to accept the machines. So again, it's a little bit about uptime, optimizing, automating things. So of course we try to do that on the sales side as well. Speaking of trade shows, then
What is the next one?
the next one is
Oh,
well, that would be from the top of my mind. That would be Label Expo in what is it, Mexico? The next
Mexico,
one, or is it
okay.
Southeast Asia? I can't really remember.
you haven't ordered the tickets yet. I can hear that.
Not my plane tickets, but we have ordered the
booth
stand,
space.
so,
Yeah, of
so
course,
that's
yeah.
clear. But it's a couple of months ahead in time.
Yeah.
Then we are attending the Digital Packaging Summit in the US and numerous other events spread all over the world.
So it seems that you still have to suffer a little bit from sitting in these shitty planes we spoke about in the beginning, right?
Oh yes, and that's probably gonna be like that for quite some time.
Fantastic. Morten, is there anything that you think we should talk about? Because, I mean, we are close to the hour, and I think it's been a wonderful presentation. It's been nice talking to you, and I'm sorry that I'm asking annoying questions, but that's just me, you know how it is. Anything we should go in details with before we end?
I think we kind of touched most of what's important, and I think that most people should be able to have an idea of what we're all about, because we genuinely feel that we have a different approach towards this industry, and this is how we want to compete, and this is how we want to be, to be a partner in this industry, and that's by, a slightly different approach.
Yeah, I must admit that, as you know, I have my background from the commercial printing side. So every time I see this, the label thing, I think it's amazing to see what you can do. As you said, it is a complex process, and it was also refreshing to see how Graphitronic. I didn't know Graphitronic so much, so this was really a good learning for me, and I hope also the audience and the replays will benefit you guys. And I'm sure that people can connect with you on LinkedIn to get further information if they need to, right?
Of course, you're always welcome, Morten.
Okay. Thank you guys, and thank you very much. Just a short information. We have a break now till 12 o'clock European time, Central European time. And the next guest we have here in our finishing line is Matt and Claire from AP Graphics International. So that will be quite interesting. So take a coffee break and enjoy you'll probably have some emails to check, and then I hope to see you again around noon. Morten, thank you for your support, and it was great to see you, and I hope to see you soon again.
Thank you, Morten. Thank you for having me here.
Always.
Bye.
Well, it is our second session of today, and I have the pleasure of welcoming Matt Burton from AP Graphics International. So, Matt, good to see you. How are you today?
Very good, thanks, Morten. Nice to speak to you again. Obviously, we met in Chicago last week, which was nice.
Yeah, so I mean, we are warmed up, right, for today.
Absolutely.
We're going to talk a lot about also Chicago, because I think it was a lot of people. I spoke to Morten from Graphotronic just before, and he said it was so great to be back and see people again. I think it was the same for APG, right?
Absolutely, it's brilliant to be back and see customers and partners and to show off our wares, because it's been a long time since since 2018 since we've been able to show off our equipment in the States. So it was a fantastic show, and just great to be back meeting people face to face and having that personal connection, which I think we've all missed over the past couple of years.
Were you annoyed about your location of your booth?
No, not at all. It was fantastic. Yeah, I think we were very privileged to be in that space, and we've had that space for a long time. And but there was a lot of footfall in the hall. Our booth was very busy. We were very happy, but we were surrounded by lots of partners and key suppliers to the industry, which also brought in more footfall. So we were very, very happy, Morten.
The reason I was asking is, of course, because HB had a booth next to you, and it was so crowded that I was sometimes wondering if you could actually do demos on the machine to the side of the HB. But I think that a lot of people also came into your booth, because when you say labels and flexible, you say APG, right?
Yeah, hopefully, and we try and position ourselves for finishing for all digital requirements and also conventional requirements as well. So yeah, we're really happy with the show, the position, the atmosphere. People were excited to be back at a show. And actually, Morten, we've got a bit of a video. I don't know whether you could play that, and we can keep chatting over the top of it.
Oh yeah. So I just keep quiet, and you talk a little bit about what's going on. Is that what you say?
Yeah, or we keep chatting.
Okay, we
whatever.
keep chatting. Okay.
If it gets boring,
So I just mute the sound, or I just turn it a little bit down.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
So
Yeah,
you
so
did a little film
Yeah.
here from your booth and from Label Expo.
That's right, yeah. So just a bit of a B-roll footage from our booth and the show, just to show people who are joining us today what the show was like. And we had 12 machines on our booth, which made us one of the largest exhibitors in terms of machinery at the show. It was quite a is that it is moving towards more digital print. There's a long way to go, obviously, in terms of volume, but it's certainly moving in that direction.
I'm sorry, I just realized that when we started the video, I muted both of us. So, I mean, just to bring people up to speed for this few seconds here, basically what you're talking about is B-roll from your booth at Label Expo last week in Chicago. And I mean, basically we see a lot of activities here, which is like really cool. I just see if I'm not, hang on a second. Yeah, okay. I just play it again, and we can talk again because we have plenty of time here. So hang on a second here.
Go for it.
So it's a one-man army when you are basically trying to produce everything live. It's just see. Okay, now we should be here. Okay, sorry for that.
No worries. No problem. So please, Morten.
Yeah, okay, so Matt, when you decide to go on a trade show, obviously it is to show equipment, but also to meet prospects and customers, of course. So from that perspective, did it turn out to be valuable for you to be there from that perspective?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think we're here to talk about automation today, and I think that was a key theme running through the conversations that we had with our customers. You know, there are some pressures. Our customers are experiencing lots of different pressure, whether it's more demand from their customers, shorter lead time requirements from their customers, more digital print, more jobs, and also labour issues in terms of getting the labour into their companies, attracting skilled people, but also the skill set is becoming increasingly.
I'm way too confused for all this technology, Matt, to be honest. I need a production suite in order to manage all this happening at the same time. So, but it was a good show for you. That is the most important thing. And when you talk about automation, we in a moment also going to talk a little bit about a case study that you have from Merchant Labels that I got the chance to interview both you and the other people involved in the project. Before we talk about anything specifically in that perspective, I think maybe you mentioned it, or I heard it when we were together with CERM, that automation, workflow automation has been, a necessity in the commercial print space for years. Is it only now that it's really starting to break into the label and flexible packaging space as well?
Yeah, I'd say it's been coming for probably maybe 10 to, 5 years is probably where this all sort of started. We've had some customers that have been running very automated businesses for a long time, maybe longer than 5 years, in web to print applications. But if you look at the general labels and packaging market, I think COVID has sort of accelerated some of these trends towards more automation and connectivity. And when you look at the commercial print sector and you think about the opportunities there in terms of ordering a single birthday card or celebratory card and getting it the next day,
you had to simply, right?
A high level of automation, and I think a lot of label and packaging companies are starting to understand the benefits of automation and the benefits of connectivity.
I also take that with more and more private labels and smaller print runs also in the label industry, the need for automation is higher. Plus what we're going to talk about is also that to get skilled labor is of course a big challenge for all industries. So that is of course one of the important measures in this conversation as well. ABG as a company, tell us a little bit. I think I know pretty much, but when I see your booth and when I have been talking to you during this few years we've known each other, it seemed that you are like a one-stop shop basically for everything that comes into the finishing part of the label. But maybe you can give me a little bit a better overview basically.
Yeah, no problem. Can I move the slide on? Hopefully this will work.
Oh, you want to use the slide now?
Answer your question. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay. I just give it full screen here, and then you. So you take away your screen, and then we talk about it afterwards. Okay?
Yeah. Well, no problem. We can carry on talking. Can you see my screen now?
I can see your screen. Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So to answer your question, I can tell a little bit about ABG briefly before we move on to automation. So ABG has approximately 450 team members today. We have manufacturing companies in the UK, Spain and Germany, and we're just about to open our 5th manufacturing plant, and that will be in the UK.
Wow.
Next year. So this is very exciting, but also there's a lot of work to be done to make that happen. And that's all about increasing our capacity because we see increased demand from our customers around the world. We have sales and service offices in Western Europe and North America. We have partnerships in South America, and we have a distribution network that circles the globe. So we are a growing business and trying to build our capacity to match the demand from our customer base.
So that basically means that, listening to what you say basically means that you see an increasing demand for the ABG product range.
Yeah, definitely. I think we position ourselves as a one-stop shop. We're very fortunate to have some fantastic customers and partnerships with our customer base, and we continue to innovate. We continue to provide solutions for our customers to be able for them to sell their product with a better margin.
Yeah.
And we do that consistently, and we keep investing a lot in the innovation part of our business, our R&D sector, and that's what keeps driving our company forward and allowing for this growth that we're currently seeing, which is great.
When you look at the market, is there huge differences between the Americas, Europe, Africa, EMEA, and Asia in how the demand is, or how do you see that?
Yeah, so if you look at the US and the European markets as an example, the run lengths in the States are just ginormous in comparison to anything that we see.
One language, right? It makes it simple.
One language, jobs running for weeks at a time with non-stop unwinders and rewinders. So the volumes are huge. So that changes sometimes the requirement for the type of finishing machine that might be sold into those markets.
Yeah.
And we've been very successful with our non-stop technology in that marketplace. So there are some differences in run lengths. Certain markets have different quality requirements. Certain markets are dominated by wine and beverage labels, which need a high level of embellishment and finishing processes. So yeah, there are some differences. But again, coming back to what we're here to talk about today, all of our customers are interested in automation. So that's something that we see around the globe.
Fantastic. Matt, one of the things I've been asking most of the people I have been talking to during the first 3 days here is when you look at all the capabilities that you can today do with technology, is it the market that drives innovation, or are you also becoming a market leader by making some investments in technology that might be the next generation?
Yeah, we continue to invest, and we've got lots of R&D projects running in the background to try and drive the market forward. But a lot of these ideas and developments are done in partnership with our customers, and we're going to see an example of that later on in the presentation. And it's really important for us to be customer-led and really to work hand in hand with our customers to make sure what we are coming up with fits the market, and there is a demand for that product moving forward. So
that sounds
partnership.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I mean, when you say partnerships, also like now we met at the CERM's booth in Chicago, but I think that you have. I mean, I don't know if it's right what I'm saying, but I have a feeling, an emotion that you are very open-minded and have partnerships with different companies, not just on the printing side, but in general. So, how important is these partnerships in the ABG kind of universe and your business?
It's really important for us to have partnerships with print providers, with workflow providers, with a whole host of companies, because our customers' requirements, unfortunately for us, makes it harder for us, are usually bespoke and will be based around the infrastructure that they have in place, whether that's the type of printing technology they have or the type of workflow technology that they have in-house. And we try and create systems and now software that can work with a multitude of print technology and workflow technology to make our platform as open as possible to as many customers as possible.
I take, you spoke about before that in America you see really, really huge print runs that sometimes takes for weeks to produce. I take that the requirements and in the technology is very different from the very short runs and the variable data. So I mean, basically ABG supplies both, all types of technology, but you serve both the digital market and the analog market. Is there any particular I mean, is the growth the same in both segments, or do you see a digital transformation also from an ABG perspective?
I would see both markets growing hand in hand, alongside each other, Martin. So if you look at the conventional finishing side, let's just take blank labels as an example, or logistics labels, very unattractive labels, but these labels are growing massively due to e-commerce, which was accelerated by the pandemic.
Yeah.
And you get companies like Amazon and DHL using huge volumes of these logistics labels. So that's partly one of the reasons behind our growth. And on the flip side, you've got, as we saw at Label Expo, you've got this general sort of transition from more conventional print processes to more digital print processes, which in turn leads to a requirement for highly automated finishing lines to finish those digitally printed jobs in a very efficient way. So we're very fortunate to be in this position, and a bit of luck really to have this product mix. That's what we see generally in the market space.
Fantastic. Matt, I think it's time now for you to take over the screen and basically run your presentation, and then you and I will catch up on each other later. Is that okay with you?
Okay. Yeah, fine with me. Yeah.
Okay. Take
Thanks.
it away, my friend.
Thank you. So like Morten and I were discussing, automation is very important, very on trend, and as I've said earlier, driven by the growth of digital print and the challenges our customers face in particular in the finishing space. So for many years we've had a large range of products that provide automation to our customers, whether it's edge trimming or slitting or laser die cutting, non-stop technology, automatic plate loading, digital embellishment, whatever that is. But on the whole, these modules or options have been set up by an operator pressing buttons and typing in the information for that job and going through that process. What we're seeing now is more demand for more connectivity, and I'll come back on that subject later on. So in terms of automation and what it does for our customers, so we've got some references from our customer base. This is a fantastic reference from Steve Baker, the Managing Director and owner of Baker Labels in the UK. This is not automation for automation's sake. This is real and measurable improvements. Likewise, we have another reference from another good customer of our, Springfield Solution. Automation is key to our business. And I think it's just really important to reflect on how important this trend and automation is for the label market. This is the difference between making a good margin or making a fantastic margin within a label printing business. So it's really important and allows those businesses to continue to invest in their business and their people. So everything I've sort of mentioned so far, the modules, the references from the customers, all about the metal components, the modules, and in the recent years we've seen, as I said, a demand to connect our machines to MIS and ERP systems, which can leverage the automation that we provide, the mechanical bits of metal, and take that level of automation to the next level. So here we've got a short timeline history about our workflow and connectivity products, which we're calling ABG Connect. So ABG Connect is a new platform for our workflow solutions, which can be integrated into a wide range of MIS or ERP systems. So back in 2013 we noticed that there was no real workflow product on the market. In 2015 we started to do some basic integrations. In 2018 we worked on some market leading developments in terms of workflow for our laser technology. 2019, we completed a standard integration with CERM MIS interface. In 2020, we worked on a camera interface, so an interface between the MIS and our ABG camera technology, which allows us to set up the camera automatically. And in 2022, we launched a new platform, which we're calling ABG Connect. So what does connectivity do, and what are the benefits for our customers in terms of connecting the lump of metal in their facility to a workflow solution and an MIS system? So first of all, automatic make ready. So talked about the operator pressing buttons earlier on. By automating that process, we reduce downtime, we reduce waste. We now have some data from our customer that you're going to hear from later on in this presentation, where the waste is down to 3 meters between jobs, and that's a known quantity that is repeatable every time that job is changed. There's no operator interface involved with setting that job up. It's a file from an interface. We can send information from our machine back to the MIS system, so that's accurate reporting direct from the machine, the performance, the speed, the amount of waste that's created, the idle time, the downtime. All of that useful information can be automatically processed back into an MIS system, and some of our customers use apps like Power BI to display that data, so they can be on a beach somewhere, look on their phone and know whether that machine's running at full potential or not, or if there's a problem. Reduces the operator and machine interaction, smaller workforce, lower overheads, and reduces the risk of human error and the requirement for having highly skilled operators in the finishing part of any business. So Morten, I think we'd like to play a video, but before we do, just introduce this project, and then would like you to play the video if that's okay.
100%.
So we've done cool. We've recently done a project with Mercian Labels in the UK, where we have worked with them over a long period of time in partnership with CERM, their MIS provider, to develop what we believe is market-leading automation, and that's using our hardware with the automation modules that I talked about earlier, and our ABG Connect software, so that they can streamline their finishing process within their business. And I had the pleasure of sitting down with Adrian and talking about the project. So Morten, if it's okay with you, if you could kindly play the video, that would be great.
So thanks, Adrian, for having us here today. Could you maybe start by telling us a little bit about yourself and your business, please?
Thank you. So I'm Adrian Steele. I'm the Managing Director of Mercian Labels. I've been with the business for just over 20 years now, and we're a 53-year-old business, 24/5 manufacturing, and we operate in the flexo and in the digital marketplace. Our vision is to become a world-class manufacturer of labels, and we sort of saw that there was a really strong digital printing technology with CERM, the options to produce a software platform that had really solid job information together. That could then potentially link to an automated lights out was the term that we started using back in 2016. Digital, finishing of those labels before we get into the sort of the robotic packing. But the key challenge as to why we came originally to the marketplace to find a solution was, how do you take a digitally printed reel, which in our case, as the type case for this project, was 1,000 meters, 10 different jobs, and within each of those 10 different jobs there are 10 different sorts to give you 100 different sorts. And so you've got lots of die changes, lamination, flexo changes, and different reel sizes, and how do you actually go and finish that in as automated way as possible. So we went to the marketplace. I talked to all of the major converters with this idea. I thought, how do we actually try and get there? where that is that sort of lights out journey. And I think there was quite a lot of interest, but a lot of bemusement, and ABG were the only people who really gave me any conviction and belief that they thought that this could be done. And some of the technologies were available in 2016, but some key parts of those were not yet developed. And over the recent years, particularly challenging during COVID, of course, we've worked with ABG to put all those parts together and develop, crucially, that software platform that's enabled the ABG Connect, the JDF interface between CERM, our screen, UV inkjet technologies, our Zycon X800 integrations, and putting all those things together so that when we process a job and we get that right, 100% accurate, 100% complete, that's that software paperless based job ticket, then that is what we based all of our digital production and our digital finishing on, so that we can end up with this finished reel.
Amazing, amazing. So Adrian, what was unique about the solution?
I think it is the ability to bring all of the finishing processes from a complicated digitally printed reel into one single line. So this, as an automated solution, enables us to, for the first time, take a digitally printed reel which has no other finishing on it, and be able to do multiple different varnishes on top of those, which are electronically turned on and off depending on how the job is set. To have very quick die changes, to set the slitting widths of the web, and also for individual lanes, and turret those, and then critically they're all inspected to the PDF using a golden template image linked back to our CERM file server, where all of our PDFs are stored, and then turreting those onto unique reels. All of those are booked into stock and back out of stock using CERM. So it is a completely unique solution. And it doesn't add anything in terms of this is a label quality or feature that has never been done before, but that wasn't the real thrust of the project. This was about how much automation to take time out of the process and waste out of the process can you possibly get. And that's been the real success of this project. The example that we normally give is where we're changing from one SKU, one product type to another one. We can do that without the machine stopping with 3 meters of web. And actually that 3 meters we use as part of our 100% inspection, so we can take those labels and use them on the Horizon system to inspect and replace those to get the highest quality out.
So Adrian, could you maybe just tell us a little bit about your experience with ABG to date, considering this is the first project you've done with our company?
Yes, I think it's important when you are starting a research and development project that you are deeply comfortable with the people that you're working with, because research and development does take twists and turns, and you often find yourself being wholly dependent on another partner who is in a different industry with different priorities, and we all need to work together in teamwork to achieve a certain goal. And with ABG, we found that we've shared that vision, and when we've got down to the crunch, ABG have produced the right amount of technical knowledge and support to enable us to achieve this vision of automated finishing. I mean, it really is a revolution, what we're trying to achieve. I think we've always been clear that ABG had the electromechanical ability, almost with its eyes shut, to produce the relevant parts here. What is really clever, and you've had to be completely dependent on ABG, is the software integration, because so much of this project is about getting different technologies and different, in this case, digital printing partners to talk to our ERP partner, to talk to our finishing partner. And so you've had to have that huge amount of collaboration, about that teamwork and about that trust. And we've been very comfortable with the support that we've had. There's no way we could have done this without sharing a real vision that automated finishing in labels can be done.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Adrian.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Not too bad, right?
Yeah, it's a great reference. It's a great reference.
Yeah.
I was laughing when we did that because Adrian did it on the first take, and it was fantastic. So.
I had the pleasure of meeting him last week as well, because we discussed this project at CERM's booth, and I was amazed because I was, maybe I'm a bit naive here, because I thought that a project like this would have been initiated by a way larger company. This is a 65-person company, and I mean, they do it for many different reasons, and of course I will encourage everybody to see the interview with Adrian that I did as well from also here, and also the interview I did with you, because the For You screen, CERM, APG, and of course Merchant Label is a great story about how automation and essentially lights out production can benefit everybody in the industry, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic case study, and probably the first of many, we hope. And our plan is to offer this ABG Connect product to all of our customers. Can be retrofitted to existing machines as well. So it's something that we're looking to expand and give our customers added automation, high levels of efficiency through their finishing assets. So it's really exciting.
Did you have more slides, or was this a slide?
No, that was it. I mean,
Yeah,
I've got a boring thank you slide that says any questions on it, but probably not worth bringing up. But I don't know whether anyone does have any questions. Or
I mean, we have everything open for all channels, but basically nobody has asked anything during the thing. But I have questions for you.
Go for it.
So, Matt, let's continue on the immersion for a second here. How difficult a project is it?
It was difficult, and it's probably the first time that we've got into that granular level of detail in terms of what our customers actually need to do internally to take a roll of unprinted label stock and turn it into a finished reel that they can sell, and how that works within their business, and how our system has to talk to their systems in a particular file format and in a particular order. So it was incredibly complex, and we're very grateful for the partnership, because that's allowed us to build our common platform now, which is ABG Connect.
Okay, so it was also initiated part of this process. I think it was like a 3 years project so far, right?
That's right, yeah. So it took us about 3 years and conversations through to receiving an order, doing lots of preliminary file checking, but we worked with Mercian to give them the solution that they wanted, but also allowed us to not go and replicate the Mercian business model, but allow us to sell an open platform to our other customers who might want to do some form of integration. I mean, this is not something that you can, buy off the shelf and we ship you a PC and that's
and then it works.
It's not. It's a consultative selling process between ABG, our customers, and maybe other third parties, in this case CERM, to discuss how this is all going to work. And it's not straightforward, but once it's in and once it's up and running, the savings are significant. Don't know if you remember from the presentation last week, Morten, but Adrian was talking about certain bunch of jobs formerly taking 3 hours, now taking 1 hour, through this automation process.
I mean, when you saw the minutes saved on having this level of automation, it was like, I remember one was like 2 hours and 37 minutes, and then it was like 37 minutes, and I was just like, whoa.
Yeah. So it's significant, and it's more about throughput than running at 500 meters a minute or speed. It's how quickly can you change a job accurately, set that job up accurately first time without any issues, and produce a finished reel without an operator touching that or having an interaction with that job. And it's also, I think it was a challenge for ABG, but also a challenge for Mercian as well, to understand our technology and how this would all come together. And also for Mercian to have a discipline to make sure that the data that they put in on the front end is right, because that is critically important to what's coming off at the end of our machines. the data set needs to be absolutely bang on.
Needs to be relatively precise, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Matt, ABG as a company, will you eventually become a software company?
No. We're not heading that direction. We are an engineering company through and through. We, if you're ever passing by Morton, you're more than welcome to drop in and see one of our facilities. But we buy in raw materials. We make a lot of the components in house. We're expanding our machine shop operation as part of our move into this new facility next year. So our ambition is to continue to manufacture nuts and bolts, but we can stay ahead and keep our customers happy by providing market-leading automation. And I think that software will become a bigger part of our business, but we're certainly
That was why I was asking, because as you said, maybe it's not 500 meters per minute that is the key. Maybe it is all the things in workflow, smart automation, smart factory and I take that when you have so much control on all the hardware and probably also there's a lot of software in the machines today. I was just wondering, the ratio, because I mean, just imagine that you can have this level of automation on also other machines and integrate it even further into the value chain of a converter would probably something that could have a quite high value in itself, right?
Definitely. And one of the things that we are working on as well, just to give you an insight, that we're looking at that value chain and we've released, sounds very boring, but we've recently released some automated core cutting technology. So in the label market, in a lot of our customer sites, you go in and they have boxes and boxes of cores. They bought in pre-slit, different slit widths for different jobs that are going to run, pallets or shelves full of cores, or they've got a core cutter in the corner where they're cutting their cores. We brought out a range of core cutters that can link to the MIS and ERP system and cut the cores on demand. So if the next job coming along needs slit widths of 50 millimeters, and there's 5 lanes, we'll cut the specific required amount, and that's ready to go on the machine just in time for that job, rather than having huge amounts of space and money tied up in managing core inventory, which is complicated. Yeah.
And I have been in so many label printing companies the past year, so I have seen so many different sizes. And as you're right, takes up so much space and also time, money, because you of course always buy most that you're never using, right?
Correct. Yeah. And you're trying to find the right size, and if you don't have the right size, you're trying to combine, different core sizes to make up the right slit width. It's actually a very tricky part for our customers to manage within the production process, core cutting. So we're trying to automate that process as well.
But sometimes it's the tiny things that are, maybe becoming the most valuable thing for both in the relationship between you and your customers, but also for the customer himself, because basically, as you say, if you tie a lot of money into something that doesn't really bring value, but it's a necessity for bringing the finished label to market, of course you need to have these things. And if you can automate it, again, you don't have to spend too much time on finding labor that can, manage a warehouse, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Another thing is it the market I take that ABG is one of the leading suppliers in your segment of the market. Is it still, from your perspective, a very competitive market to operate in?
Yes, we have a lot of competitors in the finishing space, converting space. The label market is very competitive, and we have some good competitors out there. But our ambition, our position in the marketplace is to be that one-stop shop, but to provide market-leading solutions with high levels of automation and technology, and with that comes a higher price point compared to our competitors. And that's where we want to stay, and to keep innovating and to keep bringing out these sort of market-leading solutions. So it's very competitive. you know, our competitors are growing. It seems like every week there is a new finishing company on the block, which is sometimes difficult to swallow. But we have a strategic plan to maintain our market-leading technology and keep innovating, because that's the only way we're going to stay ahead of low-cost competition that you know, perhaps could manufacture in the Far East, for example.
Yeah, but one of the reasons why I'm asking is, you're like, you know, when you come as a, probably even as a professional, when you come to a trade show like a Label Expo, and you see the APG equipment, you may go through in all the halls and see something that looks like it, right? So it's like, you know, how do you make sure that people understand that what you bring to market is maybe more expensive but is way more productive? So that was why I was asking. And then the other thing in the same kind of lane. I mean, because if you really want to be that one-stop shop, you need to be very good at identifying the bottlenecks the converters have. Do you have anything to say about those two things?
Yes, so first of all, you're right, the first sale to one of our customers typically is the hardest.
And then they know.
Then they know, yeah. And we have a lot of customers who we've dealt with for 20, 30 years perhaps, and they keep coming back because they recognise the high level of automation, technology, embellishment, reliability, service, and also the integrity of our business. You know, we are a very ethical business, and we always try and do the right thing for our customers, even when things go wrong, because things inevitably go wrong in business. So yeah, that's always a tricky conversation initially to convince them, and we have to educate them on the differences between our solutions and others out there in the marketplace. Sorry, what was your second question?
That was the bottlenecks from the PSP, the converters.
Yeah, absolutely. And for us and my colleagues in the sales team, you know, we benefit an awful lot from actually walking the floor with our customers and seeing how they operate. And you know, if you see a huge pile of work piling up ready for finishing, for example, we know that there's a problem there, and we know we have.
There's an opportunity, Matt. That's what it is, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a very good sales team. A lot of them have been in the industry for a long time, and again, it's all about just going to see customers, talking to our customers, understanding their challenges, and then trying to put a solution on the table to overcome that issue.
Fantastic. Anything you want to say or talk about, or is it good? Or
I'm done. Thank you very much. I think I've covered everything I wanted to say, and thank you for the opportunity and having us today. And hopefully see you somewhere around the world soon.
I am sure we will. Matt, thank you very much, and say hi to Claire and the team for also being part of this. Thank you very much. And for me, just before we close for this session here, I just want to say that in about 15 minutes at 1 o'clock Central European time, we have GM as the last finishing vendor in the label segment today. So come back in 15 minutes, go make some coffee and come back. And now you have like 3 really exciting company to watch. And we will, of course, trim everything into its own episode, so you can pick the APG or pick the whatever you want to see. So Matt, once again, thank you very much. And definitely we will see each other again soon.
Thanks, Walton. Cheers.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Uffe, welcome to the finishing line here at AGSTV.
Thank you so much, Morten.
And to our audience, apologize a little bit for the delay. We had some technical issues. That is always like when we have been used to Zoom, to Teams, to Skype, to anything. And of course, I use something differently. So always a little bit annoying. And also a small disclaimer. There is a slight delay because Uffe has a speaker on his table so he can hear what I'm saying. In the re-edits of this webinar, we will try to remove as much of the echo as possible. So, Uffe, we were on the same plane back from Chicago last week.
Yes, it was a fantastic show. It was great to see you and also to see the rest of our clients. It's been too long, so it's always a pleasure to meet the clients in person and to show all the developments we have done in the years during COVID. So a great show, great to see everybody, both friends and clients, and also our small competition in the market.
I didn't think you had any competition, Uffe.
Not at all. No, it's a unique business. I think it's a small ecosystem where there's a room and a niche for everybody in the market, and this is one of the things I really enjoy about the label business, is that it's a friendly business and there's a friendly competition, and it's always a pleasure to show up and share ideas and compete.
And when I didn't have so much time because I was relatively busy myself at Label Expo as well, but I was just wondering, you had a quite big booth this year, right?
Yes, not only a big booth, but we also kind of revamped our entire marketing approach. So there's a slight change. You can see the new yellow orange. I can only see CMYK, but this is a new color we have and a new fresh look, and it was a pleasure to show this together with a new catalog as well. Now we only miss the launch online, and we expect by the end of the year we will also have a full new website with lots of possibilities.
The last time I saw you in person, not at the trade show, but in your wonderful headquarters here in Denmark, I was surprised because at that time you were just painting the floor for your demo center, and during the COVID it has been heavily used, right?
Exactly. I think the showroom we did was actually it was the best investment. We didn't plan for COVID, but when COVID hit, we had the showroom ready, and we could do live broadcast. We could meet clients in virtual present there every day, and I have Løkke here next to me today, and we've been all the time during Label Expo, during the COVID period, we have been doing online demos and also getting the usual feedback that we usually get just online. So I think this showroom, that has been really great for everybody.
And I can't help think about, sometimes I've been actually wondering if you at all have time to be the CEO of a company because you were such a movie star together with Løkke.
Yeah, I think I had a couple of comments on that, but I enjoy the conversation online and both with clients and also at a broadcast like this. But yes, I do find time now and then to run the company as well.
And looking at GM, you have expanded your headquarters, and it seems that you are in a pretty good place in the market. Can you give us a little insight for those who should not know GM? What is GM, and what are you about, and what is it that people buy from you?
Well, first about GM. GM is about customer relationships. That is all we are about. To grow print shops together with our clients, and we embarked on a journey. In GM terminology, we call it we were a workshop. Now we are a factory, and I think every place you look in the factory today, and you've been a part of this 2-3 year journey, it's like we had to stop and made a line in the sand and say, okay, done with being a workshop. Now we need to be a factory. And we need to do this together with our clients. So this has been quite a challenging maneuver, being able to deliver machinery at the same time as we were moving 3 small factories together to one big lean factory here in Denmark. And I think just the effect of having 3 small factories put into one, that has been a tremendous boost for us. One of my favorite jokes in the company, that is when I talk to clients, people, they often ask me, oh, what is it you do, Uffe? And I say, oh, we make roll lifters, because that was what we were known for in the past. But that is certainly not the case anymore. And when people then have a look at our booth or our catalog, they can see we make capital equipment, we make lines that are 20, 30 meters long. We are present both in the label market, but also in the market of functional materials, where we do bespoke equipment for very custom labels or even other materials than labels itself. So I would say it's been quite a journey for the users to see, but also if you think about a little bit about GM, what makes GM unique compared to the competition is that half our machinery is actually sold not under our name. So we have half of the business unknown and half of the business is very well known. But we have a strong business providing machinery for most of the digital print manufacturers today. We provide some degree of the machinery inside their machine. And that is really the difference, where we have the volume and the support, and we make the difference because we have this continuous high volume production of finishing equipment that is also sold under other brand names. And that is, last time I checked, Morten, we are the only one in the industry doing this in this scale.
Unless it is so secret that you couldn't know, right?
Shh. Never tell your best secrets.
Uffe, I would like to revert a little bit on going from being a workshop to being a factory, because one thing is, of course, that you bring 3 entities under one roof, and the mentality and the kick it gives you to see. I mean, when I was with you, it really is astonishing factory you have built. I was just thinking, what does it do to the mentality? I mean, from a management perspective, it is like, can you also grow out of being the small company and the family-owned company to become like a global player in that journey?
Yes, but I'm trying to make sure we do not forget where we came from. We are a family-operated company. Even though we have investment in our company, it's still very much in the DNA, and a lot of our clients are family-owned companies. But I would say the biggest challenge for me, and I'm not the only one who had that experience, when you grow with a company from 50 to 150, then you just need to learn to let go. You basically need empowering the whole team around you. If you don't learn to let go, you will kill the growth of the company. And this has been by far the most difficult exercise for me, just to let go and say, okay, the factory will take care of it. And I've been skipping it parts by parts. First it was in our support team, then it was in our R&D, then it's been in our sales. So I've been gradually stepping out. At the same time, we have been establishing a very powerful management team here with years of experience in the business. So a part of growing and a part of the journey from a workshop to a factory is also hiring the right people and attracting the right talent. And this is actually extremely difficult. That's what I spent my time on today, is to set the right team, because this is a small world. Finding somebody who actually knows about label, that's very difficult. It's very easy to hire somebody on the street and give them a brush up about finishing, but that doesn't mean they know labeling. It takes a while, and it's part of the thing I really enjoy about this business is that we have such specialized know-how here, and people come back to GM. We have people who work here for a series of years, and then they want to naturally try something else in their life. They go out in the industry, but then after a few years they come back. And I think that talks a little bit about the spirit and the things you can learn here. We empower our engineers. If you work at a big corporate company with 1,000 employees, you're never going to touch the actual machine, and you're never going to speak to the clients. the first thing I say to engineers when they start here is, yes, you can be here for a week, then I'll send you off to a print shop and you're going to work there on the floor for a week to learn what it's really about. And it's one of those things that I enjoy about being here is I can see the young engineers, they are really getting enthusiastic about labels. They love labels after a while, and they return to labels because it's a growing business, and this whole transition from flexo to digital and to automation. If you are a new automation engineer coming out of school, there is nothing better than actually entering a business that is growing, and the automation track is growing. So it's an interesting place to be at. Before, if we talked about print, people, they would just run away because it was a dying business, but label is definitely not a dying business.
Uffe, reverting a bit back to when I joked about that you have become a TV star. I can't help think about that when I see you with customers. I think that as a manager of a company, you need to understand what goes on in the market. Otherwise, you can't empower the people that you need and the product development you need. So I think that during the COVID, where it wasn't possible to actually go and visit people, the online media, which I think you have really explored in a great way, seems to be the second best way of having a dialogue and a contact with the customers. Is that something that you can, I mean, I'm sure you will say that of course it can't replace the physical meeting with a person, but is it close?
I like stories. I have another story about that. I have a young son, and when he was younger than he is now, he used to publish skateboarding videos, and he would come back home and then say, "Oh, great! I have 300 views on my newest trick." And then eventually he evolved a little bit into this YouTubing, and then he realized that we had like 100,000 plus hits on a video where I'm talking about a laser die cutter, and then he started to do impressionations of me, so make a joke of me presenting the machine on his own YouTube channel, just because I speak English with a slight dialect, and he can really pinpoint it. So, but that power of having 100,000 views on a video, that's a lot, and it's so much that when I walk around Label Expo, people from India will stop me and say, hey, by the way, thank you for that video on YouTube where you explained distortion. I really understand what it's about now. So we try to do these common world, label world problem videos where we explain stuff that's important and a pain in the production and show some understandable solutions to this, and also show that there is a progression. If you had that GM 10 years ago and you want to progress into automation, what are then the steps? What are your possibilities? And I really like doing these down-to-earth, no-nonsense videos where we talk about how can you make labels in a profitable way? How can you grow your business? And I think the power of digital is that you, online media, is that you reach such a broad audience. I mean, we're sitting here in Denmark, and people in India or in Peru or in South Africa, they're calling us to ask about how can they do their wine labels in a digital way. I mean, that's really something, and I think we are very fortunate to be in that in that position. But I believe we have just started the online media journey. Next year, I'll probably see you in 3D demonstrating a machine live or something like that. I don't know what the next thing is going to be, but definitely some of the heavy hitters in the world of investment, they are investing a lot in online presence and not only in 2D.
So we can expect to see GM in the metaverse. That's what you're saying?
Yes, for sure. We already did some trials with it. One of our good clients, CS Labels, they have done some interesting stuff with augmented reality, which is kind of the pre-generation to have a real presence in metaverse. And we also did it with a couple of our lines to just the simple stuff. Send me a photo of your print room, and I'll send you a small link where you can go in, and then you can actually see your press drop right into that room and look where is it placed. Something like this is just the beginning. Also, a lot of advances in online service has been made. We are now doing online service on all possible media, WhatsApp, Messenger, whatever you have. If you have something that's online, then we can get to you and we can help you in a fast way. But Morten, you like to talk and I like to talk. Maybe I think the clock is for the presentation, and then a few more questions afterwards. What do you say to that?
I was just about to suggest it, Uffe, so you read my mind. So let's bring up the presentation that you have done, and then we will chat afterwards. So thank you for a very nice chat so far, and I hope people like it. I liked it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. So I based my presentation today around some good case stories. We're going to get down into the heavy machinery, but first I would like to talk a little bit about some case stories. Before we get all started, let's have a look on the points I prepared. So let's see if we can get this one to shift. Hang on a second. Yeah. So first of all, I'm going just to brief you on a few customer cases, and then I'm going to talk about the hot potato of today's world, that is digital embellishments. That is by far the high hitter also at the take back from Label Expo. Digital embellishments, digital embellishments, digital embellishments. That, and then when can I get it? When can I get it? When can I get it? That's kind of the questions we had at the show. So let's jump right into a story about GM. I think it really incarnates what GM is about. GM is about innovation, and GM is about client relationships. So if we start with these two guys here, it's Simon and Adam from CS Labels. Simon and Adam and I, we share some common problems. First of all, we are mad about labels, and secondly, we are also mad about drinks. So we are really challenged in that way. I remember the first time I visited these two guys. It was in a sweaty print shop with two old screen printers banging away and no digital, and we were discussing, okay, what can we do? How do we develop this? How can we go into digital labels? And that was the start of their long journey. And they started by investing in a digital press. But not so many years after, they were looking at that digital press and then saying, okay, how can we take advantage of digital and make some disruptions with embellishments to use a very pop word here, in like a blue ocean markets where we don't have a lot of competition. And they came up with the draft beer market. At that time, microbreweries, they were really taking off. And all of these multi-layer extended content labels, they were made in extremely complicated ways on flexo presses. And everybody who has been touching multi-layer labels on a flexo press knows that that's just a bad day in the print shop. So they were looking at a way to make this short run, digital, super fast delivery, no tooling. So what they did is they came up with a way to print in a digital way, and we together developed a multi-layer unit that could take full web width, digitally printed web, and laminate it together and register. It sounds easy, but believe me, it's not. But when we got it working, we used this technology to laminate and register together and then die cut the labels on a laser die cutter. And then we really got into this tool-free setup. Conventionally, when you want to do multi-layer labels, you are dependent on cliches, you are depending on colors that can print in the glue side, a lot of stuff, making it complicated. So we really took a complicated product and made it simple. And by the way, these guys, they are now the single biggest label printer, digital label printer in the UK. And this was just one of the things that helped them on that journey. A little closer look here to this is the barn label. That's also an innovation I love. It's using bi-level cutting in a laser die cutter or on a conventional die cutter to make a cut halfway through cut in the middle of the label, allowing you to open it in the middle like a barn door label. This is also this kind of innovation. When you look at your normal regular multi-layer label, you expect to peel it in the corner, but when you can actually open it in the middle, it just gives you a better impression and a whole new product feel. These kind of innovations, I love it. I just love it, and I love being a part of making the machinery that enables this because it's an embellishment. And embellishment is what makes the difference between standard labels and profitable labels. And this is where we are here today. Enough about this small story. We have a similar case, and then I'll stop my storytelling and get to some real hardware. Thomas here, he runs a small disruptive print shop in Denmark, so he's quite close to us. And he also can't stop getting ideas about funny labels. He's also doing the multi-layer labels and so on. But he once told it very clearly to me, and it's kind of a joke in the Danish print world. What I'm going to bring on now is the most boring label you can make, but it's also a high volume label. I'll not talk bad about the brand because everybody in Denmark loves this stuff. It's liver pate. It's really wonderful. I think Danes, maybe Germans and Swedes are probably the only ones in the world that appreciate this liver pate. But the joke is here that everybody can make this label at 2 euro cents or whatever today's rate is. There is zero room. It's just price, and everybody who runs a click-based digital press or similar equipment, they will not be able to compete. They can compete on the substrate price. We all know the print shops are getting consolidated today, so you have 3-4 players back competing about getting the lowest substrate price, and if you have a click-based press, you pay exactly the same as the neighbor. So this is, in my world, a very difficult market to compete in. And Thomas, he knew this. He says, I'm sick tired of liver pate. I want to make some labels that give bang for the buck, and I can run a short run and make money. So we started looking at embellishments. First of all, in Denmark, we are good at making various food products. And it really worked, getting smarter, getting you out of this market where you just have the same cost as the neighbor. And how did we get smarter in the case of Thomas? Well, we took a strange look in Denmark to wine. We do make wine in Denmark. We also make the boring kind of wine that comes on a container ship in a big plastic bag, and then it's put on nice bottles. But we actually print the labels here. So we need all the fancy stuff that you also have on the lines we sell to Chile, South Africa, Italy, and France. You actually need that here in Denmark. So the next step on Thomas' journey was actually to take his pretty well-driven label shop with a digital press and then adding more embellishment. And we did that by installing a high-end 50 tons hot stamper, so we could suddenly enter these markets with higher end value. And you also had the capability of screen printing now. And if you look at the other famous Danish product, this Lakrids on the right, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but this is actually screen print, and this is gold in very tight register. So you cannot just do it with any machine. You need high-end quality equipment, and you need to learn how to use it. And I think that's where GM really makes a difference. We can tell you not only what equipment to buy, but we have a showroom here, the one with the nice TV camera, where we can actually learn you how to do the labels. We can run high-end jobs with foil, digital foil and screen day in and day out in our showroom. We don't rely on being able to have a machine ready in the production or so on. We have it all the time, and we have a professional printer who's been doing this in another job, making money on the labels, now presenting the products. And as you can hear on me, I'm a little bit enthusiastic, and I still would like to retain the capability to being able to go down and run the thing myself on this machine. I think that's one thing that will never change about me. I will always try to be able, it's getting difficult, I would say, but I would always like to be able to actually run the machinery myself. And why are we doing all this? I completely stolen the next slide. I must apologize for this, but there's a very nice lady called Vicky, and I saw a pitch from her about how the human brain works. And now we're getting a little bit into the end receiver, the user in the supermarket. If we touch something, and we feel it. By the moment we feel it and have it in our hand, we feel we own it a little bit, and actually we should buy it. So our brain is simply wet wired to buy product that we can touch and that feels nice. So there's a lot of scientific studies. Go on Vicky Skroll's website, check it out. There's a lot of studies on how the human brain works, but there is a reason to why beautiful labels works. It's not only because I think you should buy the GM machine. It actually works because it sells better. So enough about the theory. Let's talk a little bit about what we can do. 10 years ago, we started on a changing journey here at GM, saying, okay, everything has to be modular. So 10 years ago, we decided to make all our machines in a modular basis so we can add these embellishments to the machines. And this is one of the key strengths today on GM machinery, that we can add stuff, remove stuff. We can build the line so it matches the niche that is profitable for the actual printer in mind. And I just want to broaden up your minds a little bit, because embellishment is not only gold and silver. If we talk a little bit about what are embellishment, this is an embellishment. This is a hole cut in a label with a laser. It looks easy. Just think about, how do you get rid of the waste? Keep thinking about that. Then it's not easy anymore. This we have done on a laser. We have this for wine clients, but we also have it for a few pharmaceutical clients who likes windows in their labels so they can actually see the batch number that's printed on the medical box. We also have a few other guys that are selling high value products that would like to see if they can see the tamper-proofed tag in the label through the label. So things like that, this is an embellishment. It's a module that we have, and there is a very nice video of me fooling around on the floor, very enthusiastic with that module. So this is one of the things that we made over the years. Another thing, in EU, they are fond of laws. And I think it's a good thing because it thrives our business. Every time there is a new law, we get to make a new module. Writing in Braille, that can be one application, but it could also be a warning triangle, as you see down here. Both of them we can make them in two ways, either digital or conventional, but it's an embellishment. We are taking the label to the next level, and we have the experience to tell you how to do that. What varnish to use, how to cure it. Will it work on PP? Will it work on a natural paper? It's a pain. It's really a pain. But we have been through that pain, and we know this. We know stuff. If we look a little bit on the hot potato of this show, the digital embellishment, there are differences. So the one on the left, that's a conventional hot foil. Here we enjoy the power of 50-ton pressure, making the substrate completely flat. But we take the pain of a fixed tool. On the right side, we have a label just printed in South Africa. It's a wine label, but you can probably see the rounding effect here. That's coming from the glue that is printed digitally, and then we put foil on top. So on the right side, you have a digital hot foil or digital screen effect. On the left side, you have the conventional. They're different. It's not one-to-one. You have to look at what are you selling, but you can get a long way with the digital one at significant reduced cost. But this being able to compare different technologies in the same house and not only saying, hey, you have to buy the orange model because that's right for you, and it's, by the way, the only one we have. The strength here is that in our showroom we have everything. So you can compare and see how does the actual effects work on your actual product. Embossed labels, that is traditionally wine. And let me just make a very clear statement. I don't think we will be able to make a digital embosser. So if you're looking at very fine microstructures, you're still gonna need an analog tool, because I don't see anytime soon when we will be able to press 50 tons down and make a flat label. So having hybrid machinery is a big part of the future. Remember that word I said, hybrid machinery. That's where I believe a lot of the technology innovation is going to be made in the next coming years in label production. One of the things in hybrid technology is to get it all stitched together so you can follow that famous red line in your print shop. It's all about automation now. It's all about getting the cost down of doing a job. And I have this slide that I, by the way, stole completely from a good friend at SciCon. But let's have a look at it. It's a print shop shown in as a system illustration, where you can see everything from the ERP systems, the RIP, the pre-flight, the e-commerce, everything. And where's GM? We are only here in the red circle inside here, digital embellishment and digital print. But that's about to change, because we are making partnerships with all the guys of the ERP, MIS and CRM systems now, because the modern factories, the factories of tomorrow, are interconnected systems that work. It is a combination of hybrid and analog technology. So we are evolving in this and making it a little bit more easy to be a print owner. So I'm getting a little note here that I'm talking too much, so I'm going to speed it a little bit up here. Just to show you the conventional hardware. It takes a long time to make wine labels today, because you need to make the tools, the edge tools, and you need to make the screens. If you look little bit about how do we do this differently, today with a digital print module, we can run tool-free high build screen varnish using an inkjet technology. This is a huge, huge benefit. If you compare it to the setup time of conventional, this takes a lot of the conventional setup time out. But it's also another key important thing about this. Screen is by default the slowest technology in a wine line. So if you can keep your hot stamping, remember what I said about the 50 tons pressure, we're not going to digitalize that. So what did we do? We doubled the speed on that. So our hot stamper today can easily hot stamp at 60, 70 meters per minute. It can easily do that. But where the screen was the limit before, now the digital varnish module is much faster. So we took away one of the components, and it's always the weakest link in the chain that limits production speed. And this is one of the things where we have hybrid combinations. A question that popped up at Label Expo, yes, is but how do you do foil in this digital world? And actually, I just brought up this slide to eliminate the magic here. It's not so difficult. We can print a glue with the digital head, and then we can run a conventional cold foil process. So then you have digital foil. It's just about controlling the digital glue, the glue you want to control in a digital way. You still combine it with an analog flow with the foil, but the result you get is tool-free. You can make your product instantly. How does all this stuff work in a new modern machine? Well, to take it from the top level up, every module is an independent module that in a very popular way has a hot folder. It can be in the cloud or it can be locally stored. And there you drop down your PDF of your job with the different job data. For this presentation, it's out of the scope to go into the details, but this is the world of JDF and MIS systems, and our partnership with various partners in this, including the press manufacturers, make sure that we can provide a solution that matches this and has the key that connects into a digital workflow today. A thing about digital workflow is how you're going to communicate the job, and the blessing is the QR code. So if you look at a lot of our machinery today, every station can have a QR code. In the laser die cutter, you can have a QR code that takes the die cutting shape. In the auto slitter, you can have a QR code that sets the knives. So QR codes, either being with direct job information or just having a file path, that is the way to go as we see it. So let's get into some hardware. As I said before, we have spent a decade making our platform modular. Let's look at some nice hardware. First of all, the question again, digital varnish. And as you can see here in the red square, we made a module that just pops directly into our line. On this machine, we actually have two modules. The one in the red square is a digital varnish module that will put down that tactile varnish. The one here, I don't know if you can see my mouse on the presentation, but the one right to the next is that multi-layer module, again a module. These modules we can install in a day, so we can easily separate the line, plug, and you have extended functionality. Of course, you need to have the newest and so on, and you cannot come with a line that's 15-year old. But if you come with one that's, let's say, 5 years old, there are possibilities. So we always try not to leave the clients with the loss of investment. It's important for us that it's possible to upgrade the equipment and prolong the return of investment and make sure that the product has a high resale value and a high return of investment. Let's talk a little bit more about that hybrid. I just can't get that word out of my mind. So, hybrid, how could that look on a wine line? Here you can see our conventional high-speed wine line to do spirits and so on. We have the very fast hot stamper. That's the one here, if you can see my mouse, with the foil tower on the top. On the right side, the troublemaker, the conventional screen unit, very slow. We can take that module out and directly plug in the digital varnish module. Then we have high-speed wine line. Also, the clients that have this platform and are using it every day, they can either keep their existing screen and then plug in a digital screen, or remove the screen completely and put in a digital unit. It depends also on the availability of tooling. Of course, if you have your own in-house screen processing plant, you can get a screen with a few hours, and if you're on really low volume, the old system here is still competitive. But if you are in a location where it takes a long time to get the screen, or you run very short runs, the digital is more appealing. How does it look when you combine the best of two worlds? We showed that at Label Expo. We had some of these beautiful samples. Here you can actually see the very nice hot foil. That's the gold. And you can see the high build screen. Now I really zoomed in so you can see all the details. This label just, it will blow your feet out off, if I can say that in English. It's really a nice demonstration of what we can do combining digital and conventional technology on the machines. A big thing about automation today is related to the die cutting. So laser finishing is a module that takes the tooling out of die cutting. So it's really really important to have the possibility to run just pure digital with the laser, but also hybrid. Having the possibility to do laser and die cutting on the same line, or having two lines. If you have a print shop and you're growing, you are probably growing in different segments, ultra short runs and longer run, and still I see the laser being strongest in the short run category. And that's why we made the very compact and efficient laser module. You can actually see it here in the standalone version, where it's just roughly 1.2 meters. So that's all it takes to do laser die cutting. You can then combine it as an offline machine with a flexo and foiling group and an automated knife slitter here. So this kit is fully auto. It reads a QR code at the start of the job entry here into the cutting zone. It cuts the label, and it reads another QR code for the knife. We have clients that stack more than 300 jobs, different jobs, into one row, and just leave the machine in what I call lights out mode. During the night it will cut. It's very reliable if you get a little bit smart about this, because now your limiting factors actually gets into, can I remove the matrix? Of course, if you cut a Christmas tree out, removing the matrix will be significantly harder than cutting a round circle. But these are things that we can help with, and you can try out in our showroom to see that if your actual jobs and materials, they work out. But it is still the best solution for very short run digital labels, and also for locations where die plates have a long lead time. I know you're going to see this presentation like 100,000 times, so I prepared some highlights, some unique points on why lasers are really great for short runs. One thing I would like to say on this is that always come and touch it. Come and see it here in our showroom, and then we can tell you more. Another thing is that our lasers are sealed. We'll get into what that means, but that's really important to have a sealed laser system. Lasers is the machine where we've done most work with automation on. So just skipping a little bit the lasers, I know there's probably a lot of Q&A on the laser a little bit later, but another question that came up on Label Expo is, should we run GM, should we run inline or offline? It seems to be like a religion. People, they don't know what to believe anymore. And my view on this is actually, if you look at this setup, it's a setup we did for Epson. It shows an inline configuration, but there is something different here. This is not the world of a full hybrid press. It's a combo press. So this one can actually run inline. Everything goes left to right here. Or you can run the rewind on the press itself and the unwind on the finisher itself. So you have the best of two worlds. Because in my opinion, it depends solely on your job mix. If you do 100 different labels a day and you do not have a laser die cutter, running inline makes no sense because you're going to lose all the time setting up the die plates. On the other hand, if you are in the US, where we just know that the job runs, they keep getting longer and longer and longer, running inline makes a lot of sense, because if you run chocolate labels every day for 8 hours a day, keeping it inline saves you a job shift. That's all I have about the inline offline. When we talk inline offline, briefly, I would like to say that we just partnered with CERM. CERM is one of the leading providers of MIS systems. And for example, just imagine a laser die cutter and controlling that job workflow in a print shop. You need an overall control. And that is what we can do with system like CERM. We can also calculate waste, calculate operator efficiency, find out how much time do you actually spend on making one product. We can print out closing labels saying this roll is 100% verified. All the nice stuff, but you need an overall solution. Actually, the funny thing about the print business is that I find that most print shops, they have CERM. They just have their own homegrown version of CERM. And I think we are now actually at a point in history where we see, both because of the acquisitions made, but we also see a kind of standardization around CERM, around not CERM, but the CERM label hub, you name it, label tracks, the various systems, but standardization around JDF, which is a relief to see. Short about GM, I promised to high-speed these. Modern lean factory, 9,000 square meters, 40 years of experience, super clean place. Come and visit every time. Always, we are proud to show the factory. We are located around 20 to 40 minutes from Copenhagen Airport, depending on the traffic. It's us. We have the big one here. We don't have the barracks. We will tear them down. But this is our setup. Modern factory, 50 machines on the floor at the same time. Completely lean, organized system. Well-documented quality system in place. And we have our showroom. We try to keep the floor shiny as this always, but here you can see we have big wine line laser die cutter, and in the other end we have the more economical mini finishers and other well-known products like the core cutter. Global yet local. We have a lot of local presence around the world. We are present through our OEM relationships, but also through our 20+ agents worldwide that we, by the way, train every year here at GM to make sure they know what they're talking about. Hotline support. We have dedicated engineers here in Denmark and also in the US. We have a call center. We have a ticket system. So we will get you whatever your problem is. We will be on it and be able to support you on every thinkable platform. And today's iOS 4.0 also means that the edge is now on our side. We can look into the machine all the way down to what sensor is actually defective. That's something that changed in the past couple of years, and it really revolutionized modern support. Yeah, they're just good guys. I'll just speed through. I can see I'm a little bit out of time here. So thank you for your attention, and I do believe, Morten, if we have some questions coming in, now's the time.
You are right. So let me just bring you into here as well. Here we are. Uffe, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And don't worry that you talk a lot. We have the time, so it's always interesting to to learn. First of all, I think that the journey that you have been on as a company, I mean, I owe to say that on English there is actually, and we did an interview, I think maybe 1.5 years ago, where we didn't know each other, and I still find it very good. So that is a way to get to know a little bit about you as well as a person. The technology you provide, it seems to be very much, I know we have some questions, but just before we go to the question, the line of product that you as GM deliver seems to be very much like end-to-end solutions. Is it typically in the label and flexible segment that you have one supplier for maybe, let's say, for your printing, and then you have one supplier for the finishing part, or is it also typically mix and match like it is in the commercial market?
I would say it is a mix, because if we talk about a greenfield installation with a digital press, typically GM will be the sole provider of the finishing, the core cutter, the sheeter, the roll lifting equipment. They'll buy the whole lot from us. But if we have an existing print shop, typically they will have an older Mark Andy, an older Gidui or Neil Peter or whatever, and then they are used to having multiple suppliers for both their tooling but also from their machinery. But in this printing world, actually a lot of it is still very relation driven, and this is also very much what we are about, that if you have the relation and trust, you sell the product.
100%. I am a little bit particularly interested in the laser because again, I come from the commercial space, and every time anybody says laser and paper, it is always brown edges and too many problems. Is that the same with the GM lasers on label?
No, I think the days of brown edges are gone, and the laser technology has evolved. There's a lot of technical explanations, but basically we are able now to burn so quick that the smoke never settles. And that's the trick about a modern laser, that the speed of the mirrors is so fast and the suction so good that the smoke never settles. And the browning, it's a little trade secret, but the browning actually doesn't come from the burn. The browning comes only from the smoke. So get rid of the smoke and you will get rid of the burning.
And okay, that was a good, I didn't know that, so that was a good learning for me as well. And Uffe, talking about lasers, is that something that is like an off-the-shelf product, or is it something that you have developed yourself?
So the lasers, we started with, as many of our colleagues in the business do, they just buy a laser system and drop in. There are quite a few manufacturers of laser systems, Chinese and European, that you can drop in. But we just have to give up on that because it was not designed for labels. So today we develop the software and control in the full laser system ourselves, and we have in-house engineers that develop these systems from scratch. Of course, the laser gun itself we buy from one of the big sources, but everything around it we build and design here at GM, and that's quite unique.
I mean, the laser must be from Star Trek or something like that, right? Or Star Wars.
I took it off the Enterprise.
I knew it. Uffe, I mean, laser is short for like high intense light, basically, with a high temperature. High temperature and substrates, how does that go ahead? I mean, can you use it for all kind of substrates, or is there limitations to where you can use it?
Well, laser is like a magic flash. Let me just tell a little story. We had a client who came in with a product, a special label substrate, and we ran it in the laser, and the labels, they die cut it in reverse, meaning that we were not cutting the top layer, but the liner was falling out under the machine, and the substrate was just continuing through the machine. And this is one of the magic things with the lasers. First of all, it is invisible. Secondly, it may penetrate some materials without burning, without putting any energy into the materials, and other materials may absorb it 100%. So it's all about how well does the label material absorb the energy of the laser. And there is a balance, because typically in laser production you use different materials for the upper and the under layer. So you need to make very much sure that your upper layer is absorbing more than your under layer, because else the laser is going to do the magic trick and cut right through the top layer and then cutting out on the reverse side. So that's one of the things with lasers. Another thing is environmental considerations. When you cut labels, there will be some smoke, and you need to be able to argument and document that it's not dangerous to yourself. So we know, for example, that PP and paper will cut well and it's safe. For example, PVC will release chloric acid that is not entirely healthy for human beings. So we always say, come with your material, let's do some testing, because materials, they change and evolve every day, and it's no fun getting a laser and then not being able to cut because it's either too toxic or the cutting quality is not sufficient. But the good word is that substrates are getting better and better for labels because, of course, the big manufacturers of label substrates, they are aware that some labels, some materials work better on lasers than others. So we say, come and try it. That's definitely the best way to find out.
And talking about that, sustainability, I mean, everybody knows that the energy prices are high, so how is energy consumption? How is the CO2 emissions of this kind of signal? Is there anything that a converter should be worried about?
Yeah, so first of all, we do compensate a little bit. You know, we also print solar cells at GM, but that's another story. But the good thing about a laser is that it actually uses very low energy. So if you know the principle of a magnifying glass, you can take a very little amount of sunlight and turn into a very sharp spot that burns. It's a little bit the same with the laser. We use very little energy to cut with. And if you combine that with other environmental efforts we have made, for example, we have LED curing and we have regenerating drives. So when our machine breaks, they actually absorb the energy, and when you start again, they use that energy to start up the machine. So if you look at the footprint, energy, CO2 footprint and energy footprint of the machine over the last couple of 10 years, really a lot has happened. We control also the fans in the machines. In the good old days, they were just running full fan all the time. Now we only run the fan just enough to keep us within the specification of the component we are cooling. So I call it like a 365-degree approach to energy. We look at the entire machine and say, okay, where is it that we can benefit? And on lasers, there is specifically one thing. Our lasers are sealed. There are some of the low-end lasers that are using either CO2 or another gas, especially the ones using CO2 are not so nice. They are using it on cans, and they are using a can of high-density, high-compressed CO2 every month. If you're looking for a green profile, you want to take a large turn around that kind of laser and get a sealed laser that will run on the same 6 to 7 liters of CO2 for 7-8 years. So if you're looking to have a green footprint and you're looking to calculate what's the CO2 cost of each label, think a little bit about what you do in your finishing and how you do it, because there is a lot to save there.
When you say 6-7 years, for example, for the CO2, I mean, even though it's sealed, I take that your service and technician can replace it when needed, or is that the lifetime you can expect on the heads and how it works in a press or on a finishing equipment, or how should a converter look into that kind of thing?
It's actually only the bulb inside the laser. So of course the whole machine does not need to be replaced, but it's like if you know the style of halogen bulb that are these kind of sealed tubes with a high voltage connector in each end. A laser is very much similar to that. So even though the laser may look very big and come from the Enterprise, if you open it up inside, you will find a quite small glass tube, and in our case will it be with a sealed CO2 gas inside with a very low volume, where some of the lesser good lasers, they would not be completely sealed, and then they would need to pump in new CO2 into the system all the time to keep it running, which is of course not very fortunate.
And what about if we look at using a laser from a converter's perspective? I mean, does it require special files or any special pre-press, and also maybe not in the same area, but I mean, if you look also at the maintenance of a machine, like adding this to a solution, is that something that I mean, tell me a little bit about. Let's start with the file thing, please.
So in terms of the files, that's the easy part. It takes the same files as a normal die cutter. When you order your file, you can order them in two ways. Either you order them in circles or squares by dimension, or you order them in fantasy shapes. It's exactly the same for the laser. So there is no difference there. Where the big difference is if you do 30 small 1 centimeter circles across the web, the laser is like a drill. It has to cut a hole, move to the next hole, cut a hole, move to the next hole. So if you know you're only doing labels for microelectronics, you really have to think about the volumes and the speed, because any laser system on the market would be very slow on that kind of labels. If we're looking at our regular labels, so 3 across, 10 centimeter in diameter, it has a competitive speed. There are some things about the edges on lasers. All materials, they melt differently, and that's why I say come and try it. Because if you're looking at a shop that's making print-on-demand labels ordered on the web, you can basically get away with everything. If you're working with a guy who makes wine labels to a €1,000 wine, the guy's going to look at how the edge on that label look, and then I would think about it and have a look. I would say it in this way: it is a different tool. The cutting quality of the edge is not similar to a conventional die cutter. So you always have to judge, is this cutting quality good enough? It's different. It's not bad, but it is different compared to a conventional tool.
In your start of your presentation, you showed a fantastic white wine and that label, and you said that now you can start thinking about how you get the material off from that hole. But I don't think you answered it. Can you tell me, or is that a trade secret?
No, it's not a trade secret, but I would like to show it in the showroom. Basically, what we do is we make the label, the hole that we cut. We actually don't cut through the aligner. We only cut through the first layer. That's the first important thing to understand, because you don't want to damage the liner, because then you cannot dispense it in a fast way. Then the liner will snap. So we only cut through the upper layer. But then we made something that is similar to a label shifter. If you are familiar with a label shifter, that is a device that will move the label from one web to another. And that is the trick, that we make the inner circle shift to another web by doing a little clever trick. So we can actually rewind the waste on a roll. So we kind of make the hole airborne and then make it stick on a new material and then rewind it. And that's the whole trick, because in finishing, what you do not want is loose waste, because loose waste is going to get everywhere in the machine and make a jam sooner or later. So you want to control your waste and get it either sucked out of the way or put it on a roll. And this system here we developed, we are putting it on a roll.
And when you tell a story like this, Uffe, I can't help think about that. You also said in the beginning that you love labels, and what I learned from this session here is that the passion for the label, the technology that enables it, and also being very focused on finding solutions. I mean, you have a blast with your work, but your customers must really like working with specialists like yourself.
I think that's why I enjoy very much going to work. I have people around me now today that are learning me the new word no, because in the past I was very known for that you could walk into this shop and present an idea and we would build the machine regardless if it was profitable or not. We learned to think a little bit different over the years, but I think the man for the ideas is still very much inside me and the R&D department in GM. But as we grow, we also became a little more commercially minded.
It's a good combo.
And you make 10. I like the number 10 much better than 1.
Precisely. Uffe, it's been a wonderful hour here with you, and it was, though we didn't speak much at the Label Expo, it was great to see you. It's always great to see the Danish flag at the expos. I mean, that little nationalism we have the right to take advantage of. So, Uffe, thank you very much for participating here. I really enjoyed talking to you, and a wonderful presentation. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to show some Danish dynamite, and please come by the factory anytime.
Thank you. And this was the last session of today. Wasn't that wonderful? I think it was great. We had like 3 great companies showing different solutions and different. Sorry, I'm muting you because then we don't have the echo, Uffe. So that's why we have solved this technical thing here. We were actually, by the way, I should tell you that we were supposed to have something from GM's demo shop, but we had some technical issues. So that will be the next time. Tomorrow we only have one session, and that is at 10 o'clock. We have Plast Grommet from Spain, showing very exciting how you can automate and do some exciting finishing on large format as well. And then Uffe has been talking also about the embellishment side today. And on Friday we have packaging and embellishment as a full day with I think 7 sessions. So you can look forward to that. And that is it for now and for today. So everybody enjoy yourself and have a wonderful afternoon, evening, wherever you are.